Hello, 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 everyone, and welcome to the first sprints of 2025. I'm just going to double check that this is actually working because I think it's going to be a long time before I'm not paranoid about that. And I did not have it open on my, okay. Yes, it does appear on my YouTube app that it is live. Because I did have one day where it did not go live, even though I thought I was live, so. It looks like we're good to go on this end. And yes, first sprints of 2025. And I just saw a spider on my wall. Lovely. Hello, Textiles. How are you today? I have some editing to do. I am technically 2 vlogs behind because I need to edit the vlog for, that's February. That does not help me. Give me a December. There we go. The 22nd through the 28th, and then the last 3 days of December. So I'm going to start by catching up on my editing. Because apparently I can only edit if I'm on here. I just do not seem to have the discipline to not edit when I'm not sprinting. So that is going to be my first goal. And then I will read. Hello, Nicole. How are you today? Yay, 2025. I am very excited to be in a new year and to get a new start. I have my new calendars up. You can't see them, but I do have them. They're up there. I have 2. One is a cat calendar, and the other one is Life of Squirrels calendar that I absolutely love. So I have my new calendars up. The tree is gone. Everything is all pretty and not Christmassy anymore, which is nice because it means all the books are away. I did all of that on New Year's Eve. Several of you were here with me for that, but now I have my giant January TBR to work on, and I need to read over 600 pages a day. I've already read over 300 today, so I'm like halfway there. I would like to start my read of Mistborn today. I think I did the math, and I'll probably do it again just to be sure, but I think I need to read like 40 pages a day or 20 pages a day to finish this in the month of January. So that would bring me to chapter 2 because that would put me on page like 42. So if I'm right, that's about how much I want to read of this today, because I think taking it slowly like I did with Malice will help it sink in and hopefully avoid the giant slump it put me in the first time I read that book. I will be going from laundry to an ebook. I'm powering through and an audiobook. That was me yesterday. Where is it? Meet my first 1-star read of 2025. Honestly, if it hadn't been for something I read in a review that I wanted to read with my own eyeballs, I probably would have DNF'd this. And it did indeed show up. And I even have a bookmark to mark where it was. And I know, bad, very bad, very, very bad. But then last night, I also read a 4.5-star read. So not all has been bad. Nicole, I checked out The Invisible Man from Libby. I need to finish 2 other books first, but it's kind of awesome that you have it. You're doing well working to finish Nicholas Nickleby in the next day or 2, hoping for at least 100 pages today. Well, I can tell you that you'll have plenty of sprints for me today to do that because I seem to be really productive when I sprint. Again, I believe read like 49 books in December, which was the most books I read in any month, despite the fact that I posted a video every day between like the 10th and the 29th. So just having sprints apparently makes me more productive in general. Think about how many books I would have gone through if I hadn't had all of those videos to film and edit. And Nicole says nice. 1-star cat. Mine will be 2-star for sure. I thought mine was going to be 2-star, and then I read the thing that I read, and I went, oh no, this is trash. This is bad. Hello, I have to wash dishes and wrap a present, but got an audiobook, so yay. I do not have an audiobook for Mistborn, so I will be physically reading it. We're going to see how it goes, and then I think I think I will switch back to Fourth Wing because I haven't picked that back up yet. Hope everyone's days are going well. Mine's not bad, so far at least. And we have a high to Omi and a high to Textiles. I'm really productive when you sprint too. I've heard a lot of people say that my sprints just seem to work really, really well for being productive, which makes me very, very happy because I know how productive they are for me. And Omi and Nicole have exchanged hellos. Ouch. Sounds like an awful book. Well, it's supposedly a cozy mystery, but they're swearing in it, and that usually means not cozy. And it was written in 1990. And I believe the author is a lesbian, like is queer. Like that's why I picked it up, because I was like, oh, that's really, really cool. And it switches between the POV of Harry, our main character, and her cat and dog, which you'd think I'd like since I love an animal POV, but it was very jarring with the way it did it. The F slur is in here, even though our main character says basically, hey, don't call him that. I still didn't like that in here, but also product of the times. There's some racism in here that I didn't love. And then I guess sort of spoiler, but like I wouldn't suggest you pick this up anyways. But the cat and the dog are talking, and they're complaining about the fact that we are overpopulating, us humans, and we just keep reproducing even though we shouldn't. And it says, plus they're breeding sick ones because they won't call, sick in body and sick in mind. If I have a weak puppy, I'll kill it. It's my obligation to the rest of the litter. They won't do that. And a different cat says, do it. My God, they scream murder. And when they have to raise taxes to pay for criminal acts of the sick in the mind or pay for the increased care of the physically weak, they pitch a fit and fall in it. They just won't realize they're another animal and the laws of nature apply to them too. So they're basically talking about how people with disabilities, whether they be mental or physical, should just, be put to death because it would be less of a drain on society. And I just went, oh, I don't like this. And I already didn't like the talk of racism, the use of the F slur, the way some of the characters talked about each other. Like, I just know it was bad. You still have to get a copy of Mistborn. I've got mine. See? So I'm going to start. It's like 20 pages a day or 21 pages a day or something I have to read to get through the entire month in book in January. And I thought trying to take it slow like I did with Malice, maybe I'll enjoy it a little bit more. I have to look up the first book in the Cosmere. It is The Final Empire. This one. So it might be called Mistborn, even though that's the name of the series, but it often is referred to as Mistborn. But it is actually called The Final Empire, and the name of the series is like the Mistborn saga or the Mistborn trilogy. So you're looking for The Final Empire. Lots of different covers though, so don't hold it to the cover. I'll probably get the Kindle book since so far cheapest I've been able to find. Mine's from the library. My library has like 4 or 5 copies. That book sounds crazy even for the time. Was that some Darwinism in there? I have no idea. I just know I didn't like it. I did not like it. As somebody who has been diagnosed with an anxiety disorder since I was 14 years old. 14, somewhere in there, 13, 14, 15, somewhere in that range. The idea that they think that because my anxiety is so bad that I couldn't work. I've been on and off. Well, I've been on SSI. Then I was off SSI for a hot second. Then the pandemic happened and I went, oh yeah, I need to go back on SSI. The idea that book is talking about how I don't deserve to, live, and that, if somebody is, like I said, physically or mentally disabled, that we should, not do them because they're a drain on the system. Yeah. Not great. I did not enjoy that at all. And like I said, there is a character who's getting married and her mom doesn't have anything to do with her brother because her brother married a Black woman and her mom is not a fan of an interracial marriage. So we get to hear some of that stuff. Like I said, there was the F slur on page which I did not like, even though our main character pushed back against that. I didn't like that. And I've heard from, again, looking at other reviews, that she's very anti-man. And it does not matter whether that man is queer or not. Like, she's very anti-man. And just, like I said, just the way some of the other characters were talked about, like even like I said, we see the POV of the animals, and one of the other cats must be Chunky because the cat we're following and the dog we're following are like critical of the other cat's weight, and I didn't like that either. That book is oof. Is it purposeful? Like, are they doing it with a point? No. That's why I kept reading it. I was like, because are they suggesting it plays into the but I don't think it played into the reason the killer was a killer. Like, I don't think the killer was mentally ill. And I just, it rubbed me completely wrong. And like I said, I read that it was talked about in a review, and I just went, yeah, no thanks. I need to read this because I want to see how it's worded and see if it gives me the ick the way these reviews are giving me the ick, and it absolutely did. Can your library ship me a copy? I don't think so. I think you live a little outside their range. Hello, CC. How are you today? Way to not sell us on a book. I'm so avoiding that one. Well, yeah, I'm not recommending it. No, I would not suggest you. I would not suggest you pick the series up. Nope. And like I said, I had other issues with it. Like, I usually love an animal POV, but it felt very jarring the way we'd switch from Harry's point of view to the animals' points of view, and we get other various characters' points of view, and I didn't like that, and it just, there was a lot that didn't work in this for me. The only reason I didn't DNF it, like I said, was because I had seen the reviews and went, okay, I need to read this with my own eyeballs. Yeah, this book is one to avoid. On the bright side, it means I started a series and immediately DNF'd it, so my series to continue, like, that are in progress does not change, which is good because there's like 30 plus books in the series. Anywho, who can tell that I'm avoiding editing? Anybody? That I've gotten into this long discussion so I don't have to go edit. But I should probably do that because, like I said, I'm 2 vlogs behind and I don't want to fall behind again. I would be in a better spot if I was doing, like, I had done a week long, but I did a 3-day vlog to wrap up December. So I don't feel as bad because technically if it had been a normal week, I'd have had more time. But yeah. What's it called? It is called Wish You Were Here by Rita Mae Brown and Sneaky Pie Brown. Because the idea is the cat wrote it. I love that 2 of my 3 absolute favorites last year were from an animal's POV. I love a really good animal POV. Like, where is it? I love a really good animal POV. You know, adore it. So, yeah. Like, this is an animal POV. This is an animal POV. I have 2 books from this series. This is an animal POV. Like, that is legitimately one of my favorite tropes. That and found family are my favorite tropes that I read. Nah, you're not avoiding editing. We're having great book conversation. I mean, yes and no. I don't want to edit. I can see how tired I am. Like, I don't know if you'll all be able to see it, but I can see it. Because the vlog I'm on is the, what did I say, the 22nd through the 28th, and that was the week of burnout. And Omi said hi to Cece. Okay, I need to stop procrastinating because I need to edit these videos because I can't get to reading until I'm editing. That's my rule. These videos both need to be uploading on my channel before I can read. So I'm going to kick off the first sprint so I can actually get some stuff done, and I will see you all in 30. How did we do? I've got 12 minutes left to edit in vlog 180, which is the last full week in December. And oh boy, am I tired in it. I'm definitely recovering from the burnout in it, but I'm trying to talk about books that I read while I was burnt out. And that was interesting, especially considering 2 of them were DNFs. And like, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, I didn't have physically in front of me. So I'm like, what happened in this book again? Who's the main character? So I've had to cut a lot out of me, like, stopping and having to pull out my phone, well, my other phone, to look up the information, because I was like, which book was which? Like, I read 3 books in the same series. So I was like, wait, which of these had this in it? Ugh, my brain was a mess. Textiles agreed that we should get started on sprints. They needed to check their laundry. Hopefully everything went well there. And Cece said hi to Omi, which Omi did say hi to Cece. I think that might have been after I started, but I'll highlight it anyways. 10 pages. Nice. 12% into a new audiobook that I started to enjoy while listening to another that is less enjoyable. Yup. I had like that's why I said, like, in there I did have 2 books back to back, and like I switched from one of the books I mentioned in this vlog to another one because I wanted to DNF the first one, and then immediately, like, even faster with that one, was like, nope, this is not working for me right now. I also in this vlog, I managed to realize that I had missed a book that was not on my spreadsheet because I never put it on there, and I would have missed it had I not had it sitting here. And like, just, y'all have no idea, because I don't believe I did sprints that week, because I think I did sprints on Sunday, and then I went, well, Nicole is sprinting Monday, I'll just use her sprints and take a day off. And then it was like, yeah, I'm taking more than a day off, aren't I? Because I don't think I sprinted again until the end of December. Like, I think it was literally New Year's Eve. Like, I took a whole, like, what would it be, 7, 8, 9 days off, 8 days off from sprinting or something like that. Because, my brain was just, I literally say about a book, I think I need to reread this at some point when my brain doesn't feel like it's leaking out of my ears, because it was just too complicated for my brain to handle. So I feel bad for the rating I gave it, but like, at the same time, I'm like, this is literally what I rate this book right now. So it's definitely one I think I'm going to have to reread, because like, I just think it was too complicated for my brain. Also, first laundry is folded and put away. Nice. Some progress made. Made some progress. Forgot to check where my audiobook started. LOL. Did get dishes done, dogs out, and started present wrapping. Nice. I would just like to point out, I visited a 3-year-old yesterday, which, we were there for maybe 10, 15 minutes tops, and I was exhausted by the time I was done. Vixie has an older brother. He's great. He has wonderful manners. He was really, really sweet. And of course, his mom can explain my issues to him. The 3-year-old does not understand the idea of personal space. So I spent a lot of time going, oh, please stay away from me. Like, in my head, not out loud, because that would be rude, but like trying to very carefully dodge her as she came towards me, because I was like, absolutely not. I do not want you guys anywhere near me. I know that little kids are little petri dishes, so they're even harder than adults for me to deal with, because they're little germ factories. And I know from, being friends with her, how often this kid is sick. And I'm like, just, no, I don't know. No. So that was exhausting. And we ended up showing up right before nap time, and she was already late for nap time. So she was like extra cranky. So that was fun. But for the first time, I think in years, literal years, on January 1st, all of the Christmas presents were out of my house. That never happens. I'm telling you, I have legit, and it's because their mom is so busy. I have legit given these kids their Christmas presents in like April before, because I just could not meet up with their mom. Hang on, we're going to pause that. So like, I was so proud that I managed to get the Christmas presents out of the house on Christmas. Like, I was giving them their Halloween presents too because I hadn't seen them. Because every time I tried to make plans with her, something came up. Like one of the kids was sick, or she got a flat tire, or just something got in the way. So I was like very proud that I got them out of my house. I have been working on getting my 2025 TBR started, so decided an audiobook was the way to go. That's usually like if I have the option for an audiobook, I'm listening to an audiobook because I prefer to have that, especially if I can immersion read because I feel like I take the most in that way. So that's always a good plan. I'm trying to edit so I can get caught back up on editing so then I can focus on reading. We're going to see how it goes. Anywho, I should unpause the timer so I don't keep dragging my feet, and I will see you in 30. How did we do? I have a minute and a half left to edit, even though I only had 12 minutes going into that sprint because I had multiple parental interruptions. So, it's definitely going to take a few more sprints to finish my editing. I was like, I wanted to say reread, and I'm like, it's because I'm talking about Malice's and my reread of it. I'm like, reread is not the word I'm looking for. 'Tis the way it goes. LOL. I'm glad they finally got their gifts. Me too. And they seem to like them. So, very happy about that. I think that's like the important part. I know their mom said that they were super excited about like the books I get their kid because I'm so good at picking out books. So I apparently always do a really, really good job on that. I actually got sent by my nephew a picture of his kids after they had opened their gifts, and they're both holding the books I got them for Christmas, and we're really excited about them. So it's exciting. 17% into audiobook and painting resin domino dots. Nice. Nicole has read 10 more pages. This is going to take me a while. Well, if you're averaging 10 pages a sprint, you only need 10 sprints to get your 100 pages done. So, I mean, I'm probably going to be here for another 6 hours. So you got time. And at some point, I will go make dinner. So that'll be a slightly longer sprint. So in theory, in that sprint, you should get a little bit more done. I know in the next one, I apparently got a package. So I have to go open that. I got mail. So that's going to be what I do right after I finish editing this video. Because I only have a minute and a half left. So I'm going to finish editing that video. Then I'm going to go open whatever mail I got. Because my mom came in and was like, you got mail. Do you want to come open it? I'm like, my sprint is almost done. Like, oh, but it only take no. I need to be here when the kitty meows. So that was one of my parental interruptions. The other one was my dad, and he wanted to talk to me about something. So hopefully I won't have too many of those today because I would like to read. But I also want to be caught up on videos. So I at least want to watch this one back and get this one uploaded. So that can go out Saturday because I have my 5 on Friday ready to go for tomorrow. And I've had it ready to go since like the beginning of December. That was like one of the first videos I got all set up and ready to go. And then I realized I did not have enough Fridays in December to post the stuff I wanted to post in December. So that one is all set to go. So I could, in theory, at least get my last vlog of December edited and then worry about watching it back and uploading it tomorrow or something. My sticker paper arrived, and now I can finish my end of year stats and my reading journal. Nice. I just realized I bet you one of the things I got is my last book order of 2024. I have to keep thinking about what year I'm saying. Because my brain is like, wait, would it be 2025 or 2020? No, it's the last book order of 2024. So it'll be in my December haul. But if that's here, then I can actually film my December haul. I'm just waiting for those to show up. They had like a 50% off hardcovers at Barnes & Noble. And I got, I'll spoiler it. I got the Barnes & Noble edition of, oh, is it down there now? Everything's moved. Yeah, it's down there now. Hang on. Whoa. Of this, because I didn't have the Barnes & Noble edition, so I'll have 2 copies of this. So I may end up passing the regular one on, to the little ones, because I do like the series, and I don't know that I need 2 copies, even though I have 2 copies of the first one. And then I got 3 books that sounded interesting that are middle grades. If that's what it is, I'll show you during the next sprint. Well, the next chatty bit. And then I got a book for one of my nephew's kids because it happened to be on sale, and her birthday is in March. And because it was on sale, I was like, I think I'll snag that. So, yeah. Anywho, I have packages to open and videos to edit, so I'm going to unpause the timer, and I will see you all in 30. How did we do? I have 7 minutes and 16 seconds left to watch because I'm like watching it back. Because I figure I watched that back, I get it uploaded. It can be uploading while I'm editing. And I did open my package, and it was part of my Barnes & Noble order. So, the regular version and the Barnes & Noble exclusive edition. And there's like a bonus short story in this one. But also, this will make me big. Well, it'll make the timer big, and then I can make me big. So this is the regular version. And it has like a map. But I think that's the same. And then this one, look at that. Like, he's so pretty. So yeah, definitely don't need both copies. And like I said, the map seems to be the same. I haven't really studied them to see if there's a giant difference, but the map seems to be the same. So, although, now that I'm looking at this, there does look like, let me see. Because I noticed it when I was showing it off. Oh, that can come off. Okay. It looked like there was, let me see if I can show you. Like there's, whoops. Where is it? Like right up in here, there's like something on it, but I think that'll just wipe off. Yeah, it's already coming off. But I was worried it was a tear of some kind because you can actually see on the, well, I don't know if you're going to be able to see because my camera is shit, but there's like definitely a line on, ooh, there, like right there. That's not supposed to be there on the dust jacket. At least I don't think it is. No, because it's not on this one. So I'm fine with that. Like, as long as the actual hardcover is fine. So I definitely don't think I need to keep both of these. So I'll probably pass this one on to the little ones. And then the other package I got is from Nurse Nancy, who got me the box set of the PAX series. I love this series. I cannot like wait to reread it where I can reread them both back to back. So thank you, Nurse Nancy. I don't think you're here, but thank you. This will definitely be in a vlog and in a book haul. So you'll probably hear me mention Nurse Nancy and the lovely gift I got from them a couple of times. I love that series. Let's see. We can put me back down small. Whoops, I was in the other room and missed the chatty bit. Well, maybe you're here for this one. 24% into new audiobook, working on things for my reading journal. I also realized I never added the books I was using for the prompts for the hardboard to my Storygraph challenge. So I did that during that sprint, and now I'm updating my TBR-a-thon one. Talk to my mom during chat and part of sprint, 5 pages. Well, that's still 5 pages in the right direction, so you may progress. I also think I want to throw together my own A to Z challenge for Storygraph so I can keep track of how I'm doing on that. Lovely book. It is really, really pretty, and I had a really good time with it. And Jay says, Happy New Year, everyone. Happy New Year, Jay. I'm going to listen to my audio rough pages. I need to finish it today because I'm playing Libby Hold Chicken. I also need to work on my reading journal for next year. I mean, this year. Yeah, I was doing a thing where it's like, wait, what year do I want to reference here? Because that is always the tricky part. So hopefully you'll enjoy that. I am editing, well, I'm watching back my edit of the last full week vlog of December. And then I'm going to edit my vlog for the last 3 days of December. And then I can watch that one back or read or something. But I want to get it edited before I start reading. Because y'all know me and my consistency in editing and how much I love to do it. So we're trying to get that out of the way. So I'm caught up on editing. Good point. If I started going backwards pages, then I'd really be in trouble. I mean, you can. Sometimes you're reading and you're going, wait, this doesn't make sense. I missed something. And then you have to back up and reread because you realized you didn't take something in. So it is a good point that you are headed in the right direction. Okay, back to editing for me. I hope you all enjoy what you're reading. I hope to join you soon, and I will see you in 30. How did we do? I have 20 minutes left to edit in vlog 181. Vlog 180 is being uploaded. I finished adding my books to TBR-a-thon, and I started my home like A to Z challenge thing. So if anybody wants to join in the A to Z challenge with me, I have set up a challenge on Storygraph for it. Hello, folks. I'm Kindle reading Holy Ghost Road by John Mantooth, a NetGalley I didn't read in 2024. Hello, Mary. How are you doing today? Looks like all the usual suspects, readers are here. Happy New Year and best wishes for great books in 2025. Same to you, Mary. I will say, speaking of the usual suspects, I have heard from Phoenix today, and they're not really feeling up to sprints. They're kind of in a really I want to read and not be interrupted kind of mood. So as much as they would love to take part in sprints, they think they would get really aggravated with the timer. So they did want me to say hi to everyone and let everybody know that they're around. They're just, really, really focused on reading right now. 10 pages and I'm at the climax and it's getting wild. Ooh, that's exciting. I love when that happens. Made it to 74% of rough pages. I have about 2.5 hours left on audio. Should finish tonight. Nice. Very exciting. I am definitely going to be finishing some books because I think I've decided what I'm going to do is the next sprint I'm going to make dinner because I'm hungry. So I'm going to give myself 45 minutes to make dinner. And then hopefully that'll be more time than I need. And that way I can edit a little bit, but I have a little bit of wiggle room in case something comes up. And then once I finish editing this vlog, I'm going to read Rogue Protocol, which is the third book in the Murderbot Diary series. And I do have the audiobook for that, so I can rip through that. And then I will switch to Fourth Wing or Mistborn. 32%. And now I'm ready to read more of my ebook. Also, I put away more laundry. Nice. And we have some love in the chat for Phoenix. I will make sure that they see that. I know that feeling. I do that too sometimes. Mm-hmm. Hi, Mary and Jay. More love for Phoenix. Again, I will pass these along. And Jay said hi to Nicole. And Mary said, hi, Nicole. Do you have a January Saturday sprint read? Yes, if you have a sprint read, I don't know if I'll read said sprint, but maybe I'll pop up on your Saturday sprints and I'll not have sprints that day. I feel like we have a lot of crossover in people who come to my sprints and people who come to yours. So I'm thinking of not sprinting on Mondays and trying to hop into yours on Mondays. And then that way I get a break, but I still get like sprints. I need to finish unpacking my suitcase for my visit to mom and dad's. I don't even have a suitcase because, let's see, the last time I spent the night away from home, 2010. I went with my gram. Well, I don't want to say to my grams because my gram lives in Florida. My gram was up from Florida. And usually when she was up, I would go and spend some time with her in Jersey with the rest of my relatives. And I think she took me for like a week to Jersey. And that would have been either late summer or early fall 2010. And I know we stayed at one of my aunt's houses for a little bit. And then we moved to my uncle's house. And that house is mega haunted. And it was miserable, and I hated staying there because I'm very sensitive to that kind of stuff. So I didn't enjoy staying there. I will say what I remember most from that last trip that I took down to Jersey with them, because my grumpy was there. I say grumpy, like, so my mom's dad died like a decade or so before I was born. No, more than a decade. Well, more than a decade, like 15 years before I was born. And so I never met him. So the only grandfather I've ever known was my mom's stepdad, who I want to say was, I'm going to pause this because I got to reset that anyways, was her stepdad when she was like I don't know, like 6 or something. I know her younger sister was born when she was 8, and that was the first kid for her stepdad. And we called him Grumpy. So I don't know if you can tell or have seen in the back of my videos, but there is like a little, you can't really see it, but I have a bunch of Grumpy stuff over there, like from the Seven Dwarfs. Some of it I got for him, and some of it was like spread out between us kids when he died. And because we called him Grumpy, and he had tons of Grumpy stuff. And one of the things I remember when I was down there is my gram took time to talk to me about my mom's dad. Obviously, dying 15 years before I was born, I never met him. And me and my gram were working on a puzzle, and my Grumpy came into the room, and he heard what we were talking about, and he proceeded to sit down and tell me a couple of stories he had of his interactions with my grandfather. And I just remember being so touched that he took the time to tell me about this guy I was referring to as Grandpa and then his first name, even though he was the only grandfather I had ever known. And I just distinctly remember that moment and that memory of just how amazing it was that my Grumpy had absolutely no issues talking to me about my mom's father. And it's just this like awesome memory of the last time I was away from home, because that was such a cool thing for him to do, and it was really, really nice. And it just goes to show the kind of person my Grumpy was. Because again, if you had never told me he wasn't my grandfather, I wouldn't have known, because he never treated me any different than his biological grandkids. I was just as much his grandkid as any of the ones that shared his DNA. So I will always remember that. And I'm sorry if I'm a little off. I believe the 17th, it's the 17th or 18th. I can't quite remember, but the 1 year anniversary of my Gram's death is coming up. So, and I want to say it was like December 12th was the anniversary of my Grumpy. So they've kind of really been on my mind lately. So thank you for allowing me to share that lovely memory of my Grumpy. But I haven't stayed away from home since then. And I know this because I got Monkey in October of that year, and I never once in the entire time I had her slept away from her. I always slept, like there was not a day where I was not sleeping in the same house she was. So that's how I remember when it was, because I know when I got when I got her. Let's see. I'm a little behind on comments after I went off that tangent down memory lane. Nicole says that sounds good. I just think it would be easier to balance that. And then I'm forcing myself to take a day off and get a little bit of rest. I will have one Saturday in January figuring out the details, and we'll announce on Monday. There you go. If anybody is looking for an extra Saturday sprint, Nicole is definitely going to have one. I like both of your sprints for the consistency, 35, 40, 15. Yes. I like people who do I'm running my mouth right now, but I usually do a pretty good job at sticking to that 35 balance. And I like people who do that. I have been in way too many sprints where it's like, we're going to be sprinting for 45 minutes and we get through the 45-minute sprint. And then it's like, it has been half an hour since we've sprinted and you're still talking. Which is fine. And sometimes I'm in the mood for that. But when I want to read, those aren't the kinds of sprints I'm drawn to. Joined your A to Z challenge and added my first 2 books. Awesome. The more the merrier. I'm sure there's tons of those out there, but I wanted to create one for me, and I figured I'd invite you all to join in if you wanted to. Me too, Mary. I used to be on the road a lot for teacher conferences. Now there's no money in the budget. That sucks. I hate how much we've not paid attention to the stuff that's needed in our schools. It's so bad. What? Haunted house? Yeah, absolutely. They have a house that has tunnels underneath it from Prohibition, and I'm pretty sure people died in there. And the house was haunted. It was so creepy. And I'm really, really one, I believe in ghosts. You kind of have to believe in that to have it make a difference. But I absolutely believe in ghosts, and I'm very, very sensitive to that stuff. So I did not enjoy being there. Okay, thank you, Nicole. I thought I missed it. I'm not buying, so I need to library it. There you go. Consistency is nice. It really, really is. Again, I say that as I'm running my mouth. I feel the same about both sprints, Mary. And a hug and heart from Mary for me. I think it works even when you occasionally chat. A longer break every few sprints works. Yeah, and I like that because I can always pause the timer. They kind of come in naturally as opposed to having like a long break set because it's like, well, if there's only a couple people here and I've scheduled a long break, it's like, well, now I need to fill like 10, 15 minutes when there's nobody talking to me. So I think it helps to just kind of do it naturally and kind of play with what we want and then hop right back in. So speaking of that, I believe I'm caught up on comments. So I'm going to switch this to 45 so I can go make dinner. And, you know, do all that other fun stuff. Like hopefully get some editing in. Chris, your chat is intimate. Nicole's is a say hi and let others chat. I tend to lurk a lot in Nicole's because I feel like there's a lot of people there. Maybe that's just in the impression I've gotten, but I tend to lurk a lot in Nicole's. I think it also helps that because I'm running them, I'm getting to know all of you and I see the same names pop up so you all feel familiar. Whereas in Nicole's, I don't know everybody there unless you all come over here too. So maybe the more I spend time in Nicole's sprints, the more familiar those people will become like the regulars. And I'll feel a little less like overwhelmed by the amount of people. Okay, I'm unpausing the timer. I'm going to go eat dinner and I will see you all in 45. How did we do? I had dinner. I did some dishes. And I have 15 minutes left to edit. So I should be able to finish that editing in the next sprint and maybe even sneak in some, cheeky reading time. That would be something, wouldn't it? Jay said, but you only extend the chats when we're feeling chatty too. That is true. I tend to go by what you all are doing, although you can tell when I'm trying to avoid going back to editing. Yep, that's what I like about both too. I think they're both really solid sprints. I mean, I say that of my own, but like from what you all have said, my sprints are pretty solid. And I really like when I do show up in Nicole's because they give me the right kind of vibe. And again, no offense to anybody else that does sprints, but like sometimes you're looking for a chattier thing. Like sometimes when I want more socialization, even if I am just lurking and I want to feel like I'm hanging out with people, those chattier sprints are perfect because that's what I'm looking for, And I think they were really important, especially during the pandemic when sprints kind of took off because so many people weren't getting that socialization. And as somebody who is still kind of stuck and not getting the socialization in person, it's so important to have these sprints. Like you guys are so good for my mental health because otherwise I just wouldn't socialize really with anybody. Probably about the same 10 to 15 chat, but that's a lot. And there's always a lot of lurkers. I've noticed that on mine too. And to all of you who are looking, I do appreciate you being here, even if you aren't comfortable saying anything. I think it's awesome that you show up, and I hope you are being super productive in our sprints, even if you're not comfortable chatting, because I know it can be a lot. 50% of my audiobook and 28 pages in a different book. This was over the last 2 sprints. I have to jump, but we'll be back later. Well, I look forward to seeing you come back later. Omi. 39% into the new audiobook, probably going to miss the next chat. Dinner is ready. Fair, but good progress. 2 chapters left in my audiobook. Sounds like you're going to finish in the next sprint, Jay, unless they're extremely long chapters. Yay for cheeky reading, read 15 pages. Nice. I am very, very excited to be reading. I read a lot in the last few days of December. And I'm loving that I have the ability now to kind of do my editing, know I'm not going to get overloaded, and still have plenty of time to read. Mary read 33 pages. Nice. Super progress in that sprint. Sometimes you want to read or get stuff done, and sometimes you want to chat. It's nice to have all types. It is. It really, really is. And I think that there are so many sprints out there that it's really easy to find the group you vibe with and the style of sprint you vibe with, because I think those are important. And I feel like there's probably always sprints going somewhere, or at least almost always, because they're so popular. Like, I think, again, even with the kind of return to a somewhat normal thing, I think a lot of people realized how nice it was to be able to kind of hang out with their book friends who are all around the world and kind of read together, because not everybody has bookish friends. Like, I don't have friends in real life that like to read. My best friend does not read. She just doesn't. Like, we were supposed to buddy read Mox together, which actually is still in here and I still have not put away, despite the fact that I read it last February. So we were supposed to read Mox together, and it came out, I think it's November of, is it 22 or 21? 2021. And I did not read this till February of 2024 because we were supposed to buddy read it. And I was waiting for her to be ready to pick it up. And she said that she had started it. And I'm like, okay, how far did you get? And she's like, well, a chapter. I'm like, well, let me know when you get a good chunk into it and what you're thinking. And she just wouldn't pick it up, but also told me, if you read it, you can't talk about it. And because we talk about wrestling and my brain does what my brain likes to do, I'm like, if I read it, I'm going to spoil it for you because I'm going to say something and not remember that where I got this information about John was from his book. So eventually I got to the point where I was like, listen, I'm reading it for my birthday this year, and you're just going to have to be okay with spoilers because I've given you over 2 years to read this thing and you chose not to. So, yeah. So she doesn't read. And then My nephew doesn't really read. He's more into playing music and creating music and doing that kind of stuff. I don't want to say he never reads, but also I don't. He used to like to read like non-fictions about like haunted places. That was kind of his jam. And then Ducky and Vixie's mom does not read. She used to. But as she's gotten older with all of the stuff she has to do in her spare time, reading isn't what she wants to do because she's exhausted. And I think she said something recently about how she's pretty sure she has ADHD. And so reading is one of the things she legitimately mentioned was reading was hard for her because she just doesn't retain the information and doesn't focus right. And I just keep thinking, like, I know you read when you were younger and you would have had ADHD then. But I also know that with me, my anxiety and being autistic is a lot harder to deal with when I'm tired. And she's got 2 young kids and her own business and all sorts of extracurriculars she has to do. And I'm like, I wonder if it's harder for you now to manage because you're tired, and that's a lot harder to deal with when you're tired. They are longest chapters. It might take 2 sprints, but I will finish tonight, which is the goal. Awesome. Good evening, everyone, and happy reading. Welcome. You're currently reading Les Mis. I'm going to read this throughout the year. That's probably smart. I believe that's a pretty chunky book, is it not? Daddy and I are the big readers. My bestie's husband listens to audiobooks at his job, delivery driver. So he's someone I can talk to about audiobooks, but we don't always read the same genre. Okay. So my mom loves to read, but she likes psychological thrillers for the most part. And she is a read it and forget it, and I don't want to talk about it kind of person. She's not really into chatting about what she reads. She just wants to read and move on. So even when we do read the same books, she sometimes gets really snappy with me and pissy if I want to try to talk about what I read. So she's not really somebody I can chat with about it. And then my dad reads, but he reads nonfiction. Just full stop nonfiction. So it depends on whether I pick up a book that he's read or I pick up a book on a topic he is interested in. Although, we talked about, what is it called? A Walk in the Woods, which I read for Nonfiction November because I gave it to him when I was done. And for Christmas, he got Dewey the Library Cat, which I read and enjoyed. And then I got him the Backyard Bird Chronicles, although the gift had said to him From the Birds because I was being like a smartass. So he got 2 bird calendars and a bird book from the birds. Because all of the tags say usually our cats' names, and then I did those from the Burbs, and then both he and my mom got new lighters from the critter that lives under the shed. We don't know what the critter is, but it lives under the shed. Which made my dad chuckle on Christmas Day. So he's got those. He also took Mariano Rivera's biography for me after I got done reading it. So it all depends with him whether I'm reading something that we have crossover with. So I expect to talk to him a little bit about books in the new year because I gave him 2 books I read. Happy New Year, Chris and friends. Happy New Year to you as well. You're doing some cooking. Nice. We have a hello to Courtney and Viviana and a hi to Nicole. My mom is like yours, Chris, but she will try to tell me about the book, but leaves out all the important things, then gets mad when I ask questions. My mom does not talk to me about books as a rule. She's just not that type of person. Although, to be fair, one of the things that I know Phoenix has mentioned, and I mean, this drives me nuts about my mom, is often when I'm not sprinting and I don't leave the house, the only people I have to socialize with are my parents. And my mom tends to snap at me a lot of the time, regardless of what I'm trying to talk about, because it does not matter whether it is books, wrestling, the cats, politics, the weather, the birds, the squirrels, the HGTV show she's watching. She often snaps at me whenever I try to talk to her about just about anything. And she'll go, "Well, I was trying to read." And I'm like, "Okay." And, like, sometimes it's, like, stuff I need to talk about, like, um, stuff to do with, like, SSI or SNAP or, like, noticing something weird on, like, the bank account and going, "What was this check for? I don't recognize the name," and wanting to make sure that, like, she knows what that is and can tell me what that is. And she'll snap at me because she's reading, and I'm like, "Well, when did you want me to talk to you about this? You're almost always reading or doing a Sudoku. So, like, when did you want me to talk to you about this? Because it's not gonna matter what time of the day it is. You're always going to be mad that I've interrupted whatever it is that you're doing." And I get really, really frustrated with that. I'm like, because she knows she's one of the few people I interact with, especially considering she knows when I'm sprinting. So she knows as if it's been a hot minute since I've sprinted. And I'm like, why are you acting like this is a new thing? Like, and do you have to be a jerk about it every time I try to talk to you about something, especially when it's exciting and it reminds me of being a kid? Um, and like my sister used to tell me the story of how angry she'd get at my parents because I'd come home from school really excited about something I learned, and I'd want to tell them about it because I was really excited. And she always used to say the response was pretty much, "Chris, shut up and go to your room." Because they didn't want to hear whatever it was I was excited about. So this has kind of been a lifelong thing for me. So it is really, really nice having all of you because I can talk about, like, you know, I put Unraveled away, didn't I? Yes. I can talk about Unraveled and how excited I was and how I got a 5-star at the end of the year and how exciting that made me, even if Unraveled is not a book you would ever, ever touch because you don't like fantasy or you don't like middle grade or whatever. And yet you guys were all excited for me and to see how excited I was to have that 5-star because, you know what it's like to have that 5-star and we're willing to have that conversation with me. Dad and I read similar books. The main difference is he does not read fantasy, so he'll chit chat with me when we read the same books and we'll recommend reads to each other. That is always really, really nice. And also, like, I'm the type of person where if you read a book you really, really love, even if it's a book I would never touch in a million years, I still love hearing about it because it's like, oh, that's so awesome for you. I'm so happy that you found something you absolutely adored, you know? And we have a happy new year for Courtney. And it sounds like my husband. And hey, Mary. Yeah. My mom drives me nuts most of the time. She'll also tell me to grow up a lot, which is another thing that Phoenix really doesn't like. Anywho, I should fix the timer so it's back down to 30 minutes so we can get back to sprinting and I can get back to editing because I think I should be able to finish that up. Sometimes family and friends can be shitty. Return the favor. Oh, she gets all put out if she needs me for something and I don't want anything to do with whatever it is she's telling me or some weird video she saw on Facebook or whatever. She gets really, really pissy if I don't pay attention. And I'm like, how come you can do that, but I can't? And like, I've always had this disconnect as well with the idea of my dad bugs her about random things that he's interested in, and she never, ever, ever snaps at him. And he's also interrupting, which makes me feel it's less that you're not interested in, like you don't want to hear about things you're not interested in or you don't want to be interrupted. It's just specifically you don't want anything to do with me. And when I'm depressed and I feel like worthless and a burden and like I'm not wanted and she acts like that, it backs up the shitty thoughts that are in my head. So I really, really struggle with that. And I've told her that just reinforces that feeling when I'm feeling it because you act like you don't want me here and like I'm a nuisance and a burden and you'd rather I was just gone because it would be better for you if you didn't have to deal with me. And that's such a crappy feeling and it's like so magnified when you're depressed because you're already feeling crappy, you know? But yeah, you're right. Sometimes family and friends can be really, really shitty. I try not to be that friend. I mean, I know I'm not perfect, but I try really, really hard to not be shitty because sometimes I'm in a bad mood and it comes out and I will apologize when I do it. But like it sucks, especially when you've been told you're doing this thing that makes me feel like crap. Could you not do it? And they continue to do it. Anywho, I'm going to go back to editing because I really want to get it over so I can read. And I will see you all in 30. How do we do? I got my video edited, and I have picked up Rogue Protocol. So I have officially started reading a book. I've only got a couple pages in, but I've started reading, and that is the important part. We'll see how much I can actually get read in the next sprint, because I'm thinking of making cocoa. I also got to go get the water out of the car. My mom struggles to carry it, so she gets it home and then I bring it in. And I forgot to do that when I made dinner. Buggy's taking a bath. You getting clean, bug? Hi. He's very much looking at me like, can I help you with something? Oh, cocoa. I'm in. I definitely need it. It started to get chilly in here, so I need something to warm me up. One of the dishes I washed was my cocoa mug. Made it to page 700. Nice. Just 39 more to go for daily page count. That's awesome, Nicole. I got distracted, so I still have an hour left in my audiobook, ho-hum. I have a lot more pages to read to hit my daily page count. Unfortunately. We're going to see how many of them I can get through. Because I think I had 76 pages left of that. And then how many pages is the other one I read? Where is it? 259. So if I'm right about it being 76, I still need to read like 200 and some odd pages. Which, how long is... Rogue Protocol is 157. So if I finish Rogue Protocol, I would be close. Finished Olga Dies Dreaming just as the cat meowed. Ooh, wonderful timing. I love when the timing lines up like that. You're playing Libby Chicken. Well, then in the next sprint, I think you should listen to your audiobook so that you can stop playing Libby Chicken. 43% into your audiobook. Nice. This should take me 3 sprints. Because I have 3 hours and 39 minutes left, and it should take me those 3 sprints to do it, because even if I just listen for half an hour, that would be an hour and a half at triple speed, which is what I'm listening to it at. So that would be 2 sprints would bring me to 3 hours, so I'd still have that 39 minutes if I make cocoa. So I think that'll be perfect. So that would bring me to probably around like 9:15. So I would still have 2 or 3 sprints to read something else, which is awesome. I got plans. So I'm feeling good. I'm feeling like this is all very doable, and I'm going to hit my page goal today, because I definitely did not yesterday. And the only clip I have on my phone that I haven't edited is the start to this week's vlog. And I'm not worried about that right now. So that is not today Chris's problem. So I wonder if the other one uploaded. We're peaking. 45% uploaded. It's a little slow. But that can't go out till Saturday anyways, because I already have my 5 on Friday set for tomorrow. And I wasn't planning on trying to push it out tonight, so that's totally fine. It's got time to upload. I didn't hit my page goal yesterday either. We're off to a great start in 2025, starting day 1 off with not hitting our page goal. Mine was basically because I woke up, found out that the little ones were going to be home, so I ended up going over there. And then that drained me of what little energy I had, so I took a nap. And by the time I got up from my nap, it was time to like eat and watch Dynamite. And then, of course, I had to, actually watch Dynamite. And then I only had a little while after Dynamite to try to read. And yeah, it did not work out timing wise yesterday. Think I need to eat next sprint though. Well, then you go eat. I'll unpause the timer, and I will see you all in 30. How did we do? I got to page 42. It's really nice being back with Murderbot. And I made my cocoa and got my water inside. So, you know, if it gets cold, it won't turn into popsicles out there. I was cooking most of the day. When I wasn't cooking, I was stitching. That's fair. Well, hopefully you manage to get to the point where you're no longer playing Libby Chicken. Let's see. Viviana's on page 243 and is going to stop for the evening at page 300. Nice. My page goal for each day is 100 pages per day. It's a good goal. My overall goal for 2025 is 12 books of the year. Nice. Let's see. You got to go eat dinner. Makes sense. You are very welcome for sprints. Thank you for joining us. I'm not going to participate or support any channel that ignores my participation. I wasn't ignoring you. At no point have I ignored you, Viviana. If you're talking about the messages where you're talking about your overall goal and your page count for each day, I was already sprinting. I wasn't even in the room when you sent those. So I definitely wasn't trying to ignore you. I read 38 pages over the last 2 sprints and had dinner. Nice. And Mary said goodnight to Courtney and asked Viviana what they're reading and said, haven't seen you for a while. At the finale of my book, one more sprint should finish it off. Nice. Made dinner and read 4 pages. That sounds like a very productive sprint. 47% audio and working on my year-end wrap-up in my reading journal. Nice. I love being able to listen to an audiobook and work on something else. But I also love like reading along. It depends on the book. So yeah, I think 2 sprints should do it for this. Yeah, I'm under 3 hours. So as long as there's not a bunch of interruptions, I should finish this in 2 sprints. And then I think I'll start my read of the Final Empire. That's the Well of Ascension. This is the epilogue. I'm wondering if I did my math right. So that's, yeah. To the end? 659. I'm terrible at math. So we're going to use a calculator. 659 divided by 31. Yeah, it was 21 pages I needed to read each day. So if I read the first chapter, I will take today's and yesterday's pages. Good progress, all. It certainly does seem like we made good progress. Ooh, is that cocoa? Yes, it is. And it had marshmallows in it. It is almost gone now. But it was nice and warm, which I very much needed, and chocolatey and just lovely. I have read the first book in the Mistborn trilogy before, and I read it, I want to say, in like February of 2019, and it put me into one of the biggest reading slumps I have ever been in my entire life. But I had only just started getting back to reading because I had been in college, and when I was in college, I didn't want to read, and when I did read for non-school stuff, I preferred fan fiction, so it was like already a familiar world because it required a lot less brain power. Not to mention, there are some really, really talented fanfic writers out there. And I had just gotten back into reading at the end of 2018. And I didn't read fantasy. I read like middle grade fantasies. Because I read a lot of the series that shall not be named. And I read like Nora Roberts, where she crosses over a little bit into fantasies. But I hadn't read like proper adult fantasy at that point. I think I just wasn't ready for it. And I've read a lot more of that now, so I'm hoping that this time it'll go better. But the magic system in here stuck with me. So despite the fact that I did enjoy the book, the magic absolutely stuck with me, which makes me think there was a lot more to like about this book than I gave it credit for when I read it the first time. We're going to find out. Trying to set up my journal for 2025. decided to set up a perpetual reading journal this year. There are some layouts I'm tired of shifting from year to year. I have never had a reading journal, but I'm glad it works for you and that you're figuring out a way to make it easier for yourself. I bought Cocoa K-Cups. You and Nicole talking about it. Yeah, Cocoa's the best. I love me some cocoa. My next big Bujo purchase will include a reading tracker journal that will be separate from my review reading journal. Nice. I don't think I could stick with a reading journal. Plus, I wouldn't be able to read it. My handwriting is absolutely atrocious. Oh my, hopefully this will go better. I'm hoping. That's what I'm hoping. And I'm also going to that's why another reason I want to take it slow is that I'm wondering if it's a book that I will do better with in smaller doses to let the world kind of sink in and build that attachment to those characters. I mean, we'll see. I'm giving it a try. By tracker, I mean year-long challenges. I got quite a few of those. I'll have 2 journals, one for my yearly and monthly layouts. The other will move from year to year with me. Nice. I love finding that system that works. I have my spreadsheets and I've got them so that they're how I wanted them. I added a few things in this year, which was really nice. So I'm pretty happy with that. And again, by using spreadsheets, I don't have to worry about the fact that my writing is atrocious. I use good old college ruled spiral notebooks. That's also an option. And Textile says, I like that, Jay. Okay, I believe I've caught up with comments, which means I can unpause the timer. And we can all get back to reading and being productive, and I'll see you in 30. How do we do? I got to page 101. And also, there's a spider somewhere on my desk. I looked up and saw it crawling across the screen. But it got down behind my computer. And I don't know where it went. There's a spider in my room, and I'm not happy about it. Sorry, checking my mouse. Let's see. Mary said, wow, Text and JG, you two are organized. I love seeing people that are organized, especially if they do it in ways that, like, I wish I had the ability to do. Mostly because I'm sick of copying all of my series from journal to journal. Yeah, that would be annoying. That's why on my series spreadsheet, which I'll show off. And I'll make it big so you can all actually see it. I now have a column for 2025 instead of like making a new copy with the 2025 and leaving the 2024 one there. I just added the 2025 column and then updated my key because that to me was simpler. I did the same thing on my reading log. You can see, let me see if I share this one and drop the comment down at the bottom. I have tabs so you can see my reading log from 2024 and 2023 and 2022. So I just added 2025 to the right. No, the left, the right. I don't know. The left. Because it was easier, though I do have a new like book tracker for 2025 and a new like my TBR is new for 2025 and my readathon spreadsheet is new, but that's still just a lot of copying and pasting. But I wouldn't want to have to do that by hand. It's annoying enough when you're using like point and click. My planner is the only way to keep things in order for me. Otherwise, I'm a bit of a mess. I have found having all of my spreadsheets has made me much more in tune. It's the teacher in me, Mary. Yes. That would make a lot of sense. Y'all do a lot of planning as teachers. I'm sincerely impressed with you both. And Textiles replied with some hearts. Mary got 22 pages. Nice. And Nicole said, spider emoji. Yeah. It's not a big spider. There's that. Like, if it was a big spider, we'd have a problem because we do occasionally get, like, big. I mean, I don't mean, like, big, but, like, that, maybe a little bit bigger. Just, it's really hard to show off. So, like, I mean, we get some nice, decent size, like, with their legs, maybe slightly smaller than a baseball. Not, like, thickness, but, like, the circumference of a, like, think of circumference of a baseball. I don't like spiders. This one is probably dime-sized. 52% and my reading journal is now up to date. Awesome. Won the game of Libby Chicken. Finished Rough Pages by Lev A.C. Rosen. Loved it. That is that the one that's in Lavender House? Like the sequel to Lavender House? Which, by the way, I have noted down as a possible option for the Queer Book Club. I found a few in the end of year stuff, so I got to film that. I picked out the 4 books I'm going to give you all as options for February, and I love that I keep getting recommendations randomly. 15 pages left to go, but it's gotten so sad. Aww. It went from this high of a climax to sad. Great job, everyone. Yeah, it seems like we're all being really productive. I hate to tell you this, but a spider is always no further than 3 yards away from pretty much everyone at any given time. Yeah, but listen, if it was up on my ceiling over there, I would not have a problem with it. It's the idea that it is literally crawling around on my desk that I have an issue with. And I have been bit by a spider before and it has sent me to the ER because it swelled up like this. I had like an egg on my arm where it bit me. I don't do well with animal, like, insect bites, I swell up really bad, so I don't want to be bit by a spider. Is that the Mrs. Murphy series by Rita Mae Brown? Love that series. I don't know what series, like who that is directed to. But I can tell you that if you were to go back into the beginning of the sprints, you would watch me trash this book so hard. Ah! I found the spider, y'all! It almost fell in my lap. Where did it go? This is like the 5th time I've seen the spider today, and it never gets to a place where I can, like, make it leave my room. I lost it again. I'm not happy about this. I just want everybody to know that I'm very not happy about this. There's too many things in my desk. Here's a spider. I don't like it. Spiders are one of my specific phobias. Thank you. I handle, like I said, if it was up on the ceiling over there, I'd be fine. Just keep away from me. I just hope there's a wall somewhere. Yep. Just keep a wall or like a giant zone of space. Just stay away from me. I love the amber of your tracker. Yeah, my reading log, I have rainbow. I'm going to assume that's what you were talking about. So I'll pop back here and I'll just scroll. So every month I have the various colors. And apparently some of the genres stuck from last year. I'll have to delete those at some point, but that's my book tracker. Or my reading log. I like to note everything I read every day. It helps me keep track of when I started stuff too. Text. There was no reason for you to share. I mean, yes. Absolutely. Yeah, we didn't need to know that. If I don't know about it, then I'm okay. If I know the spider is there, then it must leave. I tried to get it out alive because it's a living thing, but if it comes down to me or the spider, exactly. See, here's the thing. If any bug crawls on me, I will smack it. I will try to kill it or fling it across the room. I do not like bugs crawling on me. But I usually try to get this stuff out of my house without killing it. But like, I can't like catch it or smack it or do anything to it if it keeps disappearing. It's quick little bugger. All spiders are big spiders to me. Yeah, I don't like spiders. It seems like most of us agree on the no spiders thing. Would you like to come catch my spider that has disappeared somewhere once again? No, thank you. Yes, it's the 3rd in the series. The 4th should be published in 2025. I love it. I'm like, I'm going to get my series down this year. And then I look at the various books I have for the Queer Book Club, and I'm like just random recommendations or random queer books I want to get to. And it's like, well, you're the first in a series, and you're the first in a series, and you're the first in a series, and you're the first in a series. And it's like, I can't win. And Mary said, LOL text. I was told, run and jump scares are real and to get a tissue. Yeah. I mean, I have allergies. So here is a box of tissues. And I'm sorry if I'm blinding you because I know it's in my desk somewhere. And here is a box of tissues. Here is a box of tissues. I have 3 boxes of tissues in my room right now because I have allergies. So there's tissues. I ate so fast. My brother was bitten by a black widow. Spiders and I are mortal enemies now. I don't know what I was bitten. We think it might have been a tree spider that time I swelled up. I ended up, like I said, going to the ER and be given a giant dose of Benadryl and being told I'm probably somewhat allergic to spiders because I shouldn't have that kind of reaction. But like, I get bit by a mosquito and I get giant bites. Just realized I calculated wrong and I actually have 60 pages left. Okay, I gotta go to the other one. Oh, that's cute. That emoji is cute. Y'all can't see it, but it's cute. Coming out of lurking to say, now you have to burn the house down. Even the lurkers are like, spider. Oh no, forget I said that then. LOL. It's been a while since I've read them, so it could just be nostalgia speaking. I mean, maybe there was a whole conversation in here between the cat and the dog. Or no, a cat and another cat. Well, a cat, Mrs. Murphy, T. Tucker, and another cat about how we breed too much and we don't take care of the sick ones because we need to like cull the population by getting rid of the physically and mentally weak, and how we pitch a fit about the fact that it costs us money to take care of them. And that just, no, just no. That was the cherry on top. Like, I didn't like in this first one, well, one, I didn't like the way some of the characters talked about each other. Like, even the cat was talking about, like, one of the other cats being too fat, and that bothered me. But I could kind of overlook that, because, again, 90s, there was an F slur in there, and even though Harry pushed back on that, I was still bothered by the fact that there was an F slur in it. Again, product of the time, so that I could kind of overlook. Because I do give a little bit of leeway to books that were written there. Like, maybe I won't read and continue the series, but, like, I can also balance the idea of product of the times. They kind of, like, I didn't dock To Kill a Mockingbird for having the N-word in it. Because, like, I'm not surprised that a book that was written in 1960 that was talking about race relations and stuff had characters using the N-word. There's another one. What else? And then speaking of, like, racist things, one of the characters is not speaking to her son because her son married a black woman and she doesn't agree with interracial marriages. And then you get to this thing where it's like, well, the people who are mentally weak and physically weak, I don't understand why the humans don't just kill them, because that's what I would do. If I had a puppy that was mentally or physically weak, I'd just drown it. And I was like, yeah, this series is not for me. And it sounds like we all agree with Yarn Reader and got a chuckle out of that. Okay, so to stay on track, I basically need to finish my book tonight. Well, I will try to help you get some of the way there at least. My son wanted a pet spider, and my husband said that we would move if that... Yeah, no pet spiders for me. I have a couple of people I've known who've had pet snakes. And I don't particularly love snakes either. But yeah, that was not good. And I also deal better with that kind of stuff when it's like in a cage. So, like, if somebody had a pet spider and I was visiting them, I would probably deal better with it as long as they left said pet spider in cage. Yeah. Well, I mean, by the time I'm not just going to sit here with a tissue in one hand, hoping that the spider shows its face to me. Again, by the time I see it, it's gone. It is moving very, very fast. Jay is with Yarn Reader. Yeah, it seems like we all agree. We can see the emojis in the chat, but red droopy face may be better. Okay. Well, I went to, like, because I have the control room, like, in the studio up, and I can see it in the comments on there. I just can't see it on Restream. But I do think it's really, really funny. So I'm glad you all can see it, even though I can't see it on this end. I totally don't remember that, but I also meant I did not read series in order. There's a good chance I have not read that particular. This is the first one, the very first one. I know that I've read, there's 2 cozy mystery series. So one's by Cleo Coyle, and it's about a coffee shop. And there was a scene in the first or second book where the main character's daughter is speed dating, and she also goes to the speed dating thing and talks to this man who's on the speed date and mentions he's been recently divorced from his ex-husband. And she basically says that he needs to pick one gender. He can't keep being wishy-washy between the two. And I went, I'm out. And then I was reading the Murder, She Baked series. And if I remember correctly, there was some racist stuff about, like, Native Americans or something that I really just didn't like. and reading reviews, I saw that stuff like that kept happening, and I was just like, it's not worth it. There's 80 bajillion books out there. I could be reading stuff that doesn't have this infuriating stuff in it. But the first time I read them, because I had these were rereads for me, I completely missed that. So I have grown as a reader since then and clocked things that I wouldn't have clocked the first time around. So it is possible maybe that you've read that and didn't clock the thing because when you read it, it just didn't click with your brain that you were reading it. Gone with the Wind, same as To Kill a Mockingbird. And adding, yes, except the male hero goes on a hooded ride to hangman a person. Yeah, that's not good. I can say in To Kill a Mockingbird, we're following Scout, who is the daughter of Atticus, and Atticus is a lawyer who is defending a black man who's been accused of raping a white woman. And Atticus is very much on the side of his client. He's not just doing it because it's his client. He truly believes his client is innocent and doesn't think that he should be guilty just because of the color of his skin, and is very anti the garbage talk about black people in that book. So I definitely think it's written from the perspective of somebody who is obviously using the language of the time when the book is written, but is also obviously not a giant racist, like is writing it from the point of view that racism is bad in a way that would make sense for that time period. I can see the emoji on YouTube chat. Okay, cool. Then I don't have to worry about you guys not being able to see it. I just have to make sure I switch tabs to see it. That doesn't mean anything. I have totally skipped book 1 in series before. Do you want to know what one of my pet peeves is? Like, people talk about like dog-earing books or writing in books or whatever. That is one of my reading pet peeves, is not reading books in order. That drives me absolutely bonkers. I have no idea how people do it, and I don't even care if they're companion novels. I must read them in publication order because otherwise I get driven bonkers. It's like, well, you can read the Twisted Tale series and you can just pick the ones that are about the like movies you care about. And I'm like, I've never seen Mulan. Did I read the Mulan one? Yes. I have never seen Brave. Did I read the Brave one? Yes. I'm reading Sally's Lament and I don't even know what show it's about. I'm like completely clueless. And I'm like, well, I'm reading it anyways. Because for me, I cannot skip around like that. If I'm going to read a series, I'm reading every book in the series. The only one I've decided not to do is Anne of Green Gables, because Naomi, whose opinion I completely trust, and I know she wouldn't tell me to skip a book for no good reason, told me not to bother reading Anne of Windy Poplars. It's just not worth it. So I'm skipping that one. But I trust Naomi that they wouldn't steer me wrong on that. It's now a squash spider. I told you I don't like it when bugs crawl on me. Easy dead spider now. I'm hoping it's the only one. It looked a lot bigger on my desk, but then again, I felt it crawling up my leg, and I did swat it, so I might have made it curl in on itself a little bit. Spiders. Oh, yeah, that's a valid point. I'm so much more aware of things as a reader now. Exactly. And I think that's not a bad thing, of like realizing these things that you didn't realize before. Like, I think everybody grows as a person as they get older, as they should. So I was not upset that young me didn't notice it. I was proud that older me went, wait, I don't like this. This is not right. And recognized that I had found like this thing that and I have alarms going off to make sure I'm awake. I'm awake. I'm not napping right now. So I think that is also something to keep in mind. I just checked. I read that book in 2000. Well, one, I'm going to assume you were a lot younger 25 years ago. And two, maybe the things that pinged me were still not something that got called out super loudly 25 years ago, because we have certainly grown a lot in the last 25 years. At least in my opinion, we have. But I think I was pretty much done with that book when the F slur was used on page, even though the the main character pushed back on it, because I don't need that in a cozy. Also, there was swearing. Like, the F word was dropped a bunch of times. And I'm like, I don't mind swearing in my books. That doesn't bother me at all. There has definitely been swearing in the Murderbot. Like, but when I read cozy mysteries, I thought one of the like main unofficial official rules for cozies was that they were what they deem clean, which I hate when it comes to spice, because I don't like the connotations of using that with like clean and dirty for the spice rating, which is why I say spicy and bland. But like the idea is that there's no romance, there's no smut on page, there's no spicy scenes, there's no swearing, there's no like graphic depictions of violence. Like, that's the idea, is that yes, they have these mystery aspects, but they're on the cozier side. They don't show anything that's really graphic. And there were swear words, and I didn't like that either. Because again, I don't mind it in a book, but I don't want it in a cozy mystery. Any more than I would expect, like, what is it? The Pumpkin Spice Cafe. That's not a cozy mystery, because there's a lot of spice in it. So it can't be a cozy mystery because it's spicy. And to me, I don't like the idea. Cozy books aren't supposed to have spicy scenes. Gone with the Wind is the opposite. It's okay with that happening. And oh, no. Then I don't ever need to read Gone with the Wind. Thank you for that. I will check that off my mental to-do list. I mean, it wasn't really a book I had planned to read, but now I definitely won't. I thought Gone with the Wind was awful and overrated. Oh, so you are a Chronicles of Narnia and publication order fan versus chronological. Okay, so one, I don't think I've ever read a book in the Chronicles of Narnia series that wasn't The Lion, the Witch, and the Wardrobe. Two, when I was handed The Lion, the Witch, and the Wardrobe, I didn't realize it was part of a greater series. And three, I'm fine with either. So I don't mind reading a series in chronological order or publication order. But if there is an order to be had, I need to read it in one order or the other. I'm very, very picky about that, is that once you give me an order, I need to read it in that order. That's one of the reasons I'm struggling with like Mistborn and the Cosmere, because I want to read the Cosmere, but it's like apparently you can read it in like 7 different orders. So I'm like trying to figure out what the correct order is, even though there's probably more than one that is actually correct. So I went, and Brandon Sanderson has actually given us an order, and I'm like, I'm just going to go with what the author says, because he probably knows his world better than anybody. So he says to start with Mistborn Era 1, and then we have options, and I figure anybody that is reading along with us, we can decide where we want to go after that as a group based on Sanderson's suggestions. But it's really, really hard for me, because I'm like, I need to know what order I should be reading everything in. And I have no problem with people who read in publication order versus chronological order. It's just more of, I mean, to be fair, I've read the Warriors Super Editions out of order. Like, I didn't read 1, 2, 3, 4, and I certainly didn't read them in either publication or chronological order. But those are kind of like standalones within the universe. But I was also very, very careful to make sure that I read them where they go, that I had read everything in the main arcs that had happened before I picked up one of the Super Editions. But if I know a book is in a series, I usually want to read the series in order, and I will not skip books as a rule. LOL, there's an acronym created just for me from the book forums years ago. If you've ever heard anyone say RUE, read out of order, it was created in reference to me. That drives me nuts. My mom doesn't. I hate it. LOL. To Jay, I read Narnia in chronological order. I think I've only ever read The Lion, the Witch, and the Wardrobe. And I'm assuming that and this with Yay Victory were for the spider. And Mary said LOL to Jay. I did give it fair warning. I did tell it to just stay away from me. As long as you don't crawl on me, we're fine. And then it did the one thing I told it needed to not do. Success. I mean, I'm also going to point out that I had swatted it off my leg without even thinking, and I think I had injured it, so it was probably kinder to kill it at that point, because I think I had probably injured it, and I don't think it was long for this world anyways. The house has been saved. I'm really glad I don't have to burn my house down now. LOL. Cozy wasn't a genre back then. It was just a non-violent mysteries. The cozy genre came much, much later. Okay. One, that is helpful to know. But two, it is still referred to as a cozy mystery. I was looking and they said, look at this author, Rita Mae Brown, who I believe they use the word lesbian, but is queer. And she has written these amazing cozy mystery series. And I'm like, listen, that is not a cozy mystery. That is a mystery, but not a cozy mystery. But fair to know that that wasn't a thing back then. Okay, we have rambled for quite a while, so I'm going to pause the timer and go back to reading now that I know my house is spider free, or at least my room is for the moment. I will see you all in 30. How did we do? I finished Rogue Protocol. 4.5 stars. I quite enjoyed that. I'm so happy that I use that as one of my series to continue for 2025 because I'm really happy to be back with them. It's going to be interesting because 1 book a month. So while I want to keep reading, I can't because how many books were on my 55 books were on my January TBR? I really can't be adding to it. I really can't be adding to it. But I can go to my spreadsheet with my series things and turn Rogue Protocol green. And I can go over here and delete those pages from my TBR. It's referred to as cozy now. Yeah, that's the point I was making is like cozy might not have been a genre back then, but it is now. And so I was told this was going to be a cozy, but like it breaks the rules of a cozy. So to me, it's not a cozy, and yeah, it's just not a series for me. Made it back. Woohoo! I'm thinking 2 or 3 more sprints. That's a good rating. Congrats. 59% into the audiobook that I started today. Yeah, I finished 3 books in 2025 so far, and 2 have been 4.5 stars, and 1 has been 1. Nice job. Page 724 of 771. Nice. And Mary scanned NetGalley. I think I got an email about them, about how they were going to be deleting my account because I haven't been active in like 3 years. And I went, yeah, sounds about right. And a hello to Omi from Mary, and a welcome back to Omi from Nicole. Very exciting. And then in the next sprint, we're going to see. We're going to see what I think of my start of my reread of The Final Empire. Hello, and thank you. That was from Omi. Think I'll start Jade City next. That's a book club read for January and February. Is that the first one in that series? Because I hated that series. Well, I didn't read past the first one because I hated the first one. Although it's beloved by a lot of people, so hopefully you'll have better luck. 2 or 3 should get me most of the way done. Adrenaline should get me the rest. Sounds good. But also, hang on. Where is y'all talked at the same time? Hang on. Don't overdo it. If you need to rest. Don't push yourself to finish something just based on adrenaline. I'm finally ready to read my ebooks since this morning. I got a lot done for the house today. So very, very productive day, even if you didn't get a lot of reading done. I think I'll be done with my audiobook tonight. It's going very fast. I finished 2 audiobooks today. Well, read the entirety of them because they were both very quick. And I lost where I was. There we go. Yay, Mistborn. I'll be very interested to see how you feel about it now. Me too. I think that's the thing I'm most curious about. And I'm bound and determined to stick with it because there's a bunch of people who don't like Mistborn Era 2. And they mentioned it's got a Western vibe, but I like Western. So like I want to get to Mistborn Era 2 to see if I like Era 2, where everybody else doesn't, because I think that would be really, really hilarious if I'm like the exact opposite of everybody else. I'm excited to see what you think now you're rereading it. I'm excited to see what you think of it on your first read and to be reading it with you. Are we sprinting tomorrow? Most likely. Yes, it's book 1, so it won't count for a series-a-thon. Yeah. I mean, this won't count for series-a-thon either. But I also don't have a single other book in the series on my series-a-thon planner. I only picked books from series I was in the midst of last year. And boy, does it feel weird to say last year. What did you hate about Jade City? I think if memory serves, it's been a hot minute since I read Jade City. Let me see. When did I read Jade City? I don't think I liked any of the characters. If memory serves, I do not think I liked any of the I gave it 1.25 stars and I read it in 2022. So I literally don't remember much. I read it February 14th and 15th in 2022. I don't know which vlog that would be attached to, but my thoughts would be in there, but I hated it. I remember hating it. I think I liked one character. There was one character I liked, and everybody else I disliked. That's the one and only audiobook I've returned to. Because I hated it. Love the adrenaline part, Nicole. Sometimes you do get that little bit of burst of adrenaline at the end of a book because you want to finish it. I DNF'd Jade City in 2023 easily in not what you were into at the time, I think is what you were going for. But January is the time for book 1 in various series. I would never pick that series back up. Like, this series had things I liked about it. And again, I read this in 2019 and I still remember some of the plot beats. Like, I don't think it's completely unfamiliar to me, and we have a Cielo. But like Jade City, I didn't retain most of that. And I read that 2 years after I read this. No, 3 years after I read this. So it's been like 6 years since I've read The Final Empire, and I remember more about The Final Empire than I do about Jade City. I'm much more into retrying this one. Early in typing, yeah. I was like, I don't think it's easily in, but my brain was like, I don't know what you were going for there. Yeah, just the adrenaline of enjoying the end. More likely, the melatonin of 11 p.m. will defeat me. That will probably do it. She's so cute. She lied down. She's being a good girl. Look at the good girl. Anyways, me and the good girl are gonna go read some Mistborn, and I will see you in 30. How do we do? I'm on page 33. Though this starts on page 15, but I also went out and made a brownie. It's in the microwave right now. So I'll run out and get it after the sprint. I can't show you them, but I got pictures of Vixie with her puzzle that she got for her birthday, and a video I haven't watched yet, but it said, "We've read all the books tonight too. She loved The Bakery Dragon and Lance's Scary Street book. She loves spooky stuff just like Ducky does, haha." So apparently Amr Chris did a really good job picking out presents. 17 pages read in my ebook. Nice. I'm intrigued by Mistborn, by the way. Surprisingly intrigued. I don't know where it fell downhill for me, but I'm intrigued. I have 25% left in my audiobook, so should finish next sprint. Awesome. I'm going to do 2 more. 81% into it. I'm hoping to finish it tomorrow. Nice. And I got a nice job from Nicole. 734 of 777. You're getting there. I got ready for bed. I have work tomorrow. Makes sense. I've been in my PJs for a while now. I like being in comfy clothes. I'd rather be in comfy clothes anyways. And I've been with you guys long enough that you can see me in my PJs. He's fine. Oh, great gift giving. Yes. Apparently I am very, very good at that. I read The Bakery Dragon for myself last year, and the moment I got done, I was like, oh, I have to get this for the little ones. And I knew Vixie's birthday was in December, and I was like, oh, I know who I'm getting it for. And then I jokingly got the Scary Street book, Trick or Treat on Scary Street by Lance Bass. I jokingly got that for my friend for Halloween because her favorite member of NSYNC is Lance. But it's a picture book, so I figured she'd read it to the little ones. Intrigued is good. It is. It is. My worry is that at some point I feel like it dragged. Like, I don't remember why I didn't like it, and I wasn't doing vlogs, so I can't even go back and watch. I just know I didn't, and it made me slump. So I'm worried that at some point, for me, it felt like it was dragging. But also that could be a complete perception thing because I didn't read fantasy back then. That's so sweet. I'm glad they enjoyed their gifts. Me too. I got these puzzles off of Book Outlet, and I got like 7 or 8 of them. And they were all like $2.99. They were on like clearance. And I've been slowly giving them out to the little ones. And they're for like 4+, and she just turned 3, but I was hoping that because I know how hands-on her mom is, and obviously her brother is like 8, that she'd still be able to do it. And it looks like she did and had a blast doing it. So that makes my heart happy. Amr Chris knows what they're doing with presents. I've been told specifically by their mom I'm a very good present giver. If I simplify the annotating, I think I can finish in 2 sprints. Nice. I don't know much about annotating. I was going to say, like, if you read it, could you finish the annotation in the morning, or is it something you have to do as you're reading? My little ones love puzzles and books too. These were really, really cute. Really cute puzzles. And I'm like so glad to hear that she's enjoying them. I have 2 little ones turning 4, one in February and one in March, and then a little one turning 6 in March. And I have like the last of the puzzles are going to them that I have from this batch. And one of the things my friend specifically told me is that I always nail books with her kids. So happy to hear that tradition has continued. You can do it, Nicole. Yeah, we believe in you. I just don't know how, because I don't annotate. I don't know how that works. But I hope you can finish it in 2 sprints. I should hopefully be able to finish my Mistborn pages in the next sprint. And then I can spend whatever time I have left on Fourth Wing. Ooh, hang on. I have a puzzle table in the classroom. It's a hit. That is really cool. I love puzzles. I haven't done one in a while. I got an NSYNC one going, and I have it like rolled up. So I need to get back to that one, but I really need to get back into doing puzzles. I miss doing puzzles. It'll happen at some point. Anywho, I should unpause the timer so we can get back to sprinting, and I will see you in 30. How did we do? I ate my brownie. I watched the video my friend sent me of Vixie putting her puzzle together. I'm really impressed with how good she is at matching up the colors to figure out what piece goes where. Again, given that she's only 3. So, very, very proud of her and how smart she is. And I finished my pages in Mistborn, so I have now read the first 2 chapters. Or no, the first, well, the like prologue and then the first chapter. So, I'm definitely intrigued. But I think I was at the beginning the first time too, because there's a lot of stuff that happens in the first little bit. So we'll see how it goes as the days progress. And then I went back to Fourth Ring, and I'm now on page 96. So I read, I think, 20 pages. I think I was on page 76. Yes. So I will be reading that during the last sprint. Let's see. Jay said they'll be switching to Lord of the Rings to settle in for bed. From what I know of The Hobbit, that would put me to sleep. But I know you like it, so hopefully you're enjoying it a little bit better. And Textiles said night. 749 to 777, not going very fast. I somehow don't think that you're going to be able to finish it in the next sprint. It would be, what, 28 pages? And that seems like a lot for 30 minutes at the rate you've been reading. 12 more pages and 87%, and looking forward to being done with this book. Short stories. One was only 5 sentences longer. I struggle a lot with short stories. Usually because there's usually, at least I found, some I really like, but it's never going to get a 5 stars because I don't think I've ever read a short story collection where I loved everything I read. The closest I've come, and I've just recently read Once Upon a Need, and that's a short story collection, and I gave that 4.5 stars. But that's only because not everyone in there got 5 stars, but a lot of them did if I had rated them separately. That one was really good, but short stories can be very tricky. I finished my chapter in Lord of the Rings, so I'll be going to bed after this chatty bit. Well, thank you for joining us, and hopefully I will see you again next time. I'm so invested in seeing how Mistborn goes for you. I feel like a lot of people probably are. I'm invested in seeing how it goes for me. Because I remember stuff, and I'm wondering how much of it comes back as I read. Which just goes to show you how well Brandon Sanderson crafts a world. That it's been 6 years since I read this book, and I remember stuff about it, even though I didn't love it. And usually, the books I remember best are the ones I absolutely loved and gave 5 stars to, or the ones I absolutely despised and gave 1 star to. Jade City apparently being the exception. The thing I remember about Jade City is there was one character I liked, and the rest of them I absolutely despised. So I kept wanting to go back to the POV of the character I liked, and I was really annoyed because I didn't want to be in the other POVs because I didn't like them. I got 5% left of my audio. LOL, so close. I think you'll get it in the last sprint. Thanks for sprinting. I accomplished a lot tonight. Well, again, thank you for joining me and helping me accomplish a lot today. Definitely not finishing. It's taking me 30 minutes to do 10 to 15 pages. Super slow. Is the book itself slow, or is it that you are annotating and have so much to say that it's slowing you down? Because I feel like those are 2 completely different things. It also could be you're getting tired, so you're reading slower. And Mary said, good night. And Textile said, oh, I thought you were going to bed. Glad you're still here. I think they're going to bed now. Well, they will be in a minute. I'm not a short story fan either. Not enough time to develop anything for me. That's usually my issue. Hang on, we're going to pause that. Is that there's just not enough time to develop. But I will say Once Upon an Eid was good. I enjoyed that one quite a bit. And the way those stories kind of played out. I thought the authors did a really good job of making you care about the story you were in, despite the fact that they weren't particularly long. And that is very tricky to do. And we have a Knight to JG. I read them in the right order. And Omi said goodnight, Jay. Or, well, have a good night, Jay. This one only has about 10 stories that I would call short stories. Then there are like 50 notes for future stories that are being called short stories. Not enough to even bother being invested. Ooh, that does not sound fun. The print is small, so it's just a lot on one page, and Dickens is wordy. He just reads slow for me. Fair. Dickens is so wordy. I've read, I think, Great Expectations is Dickens, right? Because I believe I've read that. Well, I know I've read that. It's just whether that is Dickens or not. I really need to read more classics. I mean, I have to because my what was it? My random number generator got me Anne of Green Gables. So I'll be reading Anne of Green Gables. And then my oldest by publication date got me Little Men. So I'm going to be continuing Anne of Green Gables and Little Women in 2025. So I'll be reading a couple older ones, and I definitely would like to read more of the Hercule Poirot series at some point, even though I don't have that actually on either of my series of fun TBRs. But were the characters supposed to be unlikable? I can tolerate unlikable characters if they were meant to be that way, but if you're supposed to like them, then it's disappointing. I honestly don't know. I'm trying to remember. This was like, what did I say, 3 years ago? I feel like at least one of them was definitely supposed to be unlikable. Like, I think, and don't hold me to this, but I think what I remember, there were 3 POVs that I can distinctly remember, one of which I liked, and the other 2 I just did not care about. But I think one of them was supposed to be unlikable. And I'm not sure that the third one was supposed to be, but I didn't like it anyways. And I don't know. I'll have to find, you know what I'll do? I'll find the vlog after I get done sprinting, and I'll put it in the Discord. And mention to everybody that anybody who is looking for my thoughts on Jade City from the sprints last night, here is the vlog where I discuss what I thought, because it's been a while, and apparently I decided to put my thoughts about that and go Control-Alt-Delete. Well, I'm glad you're loving the book, because that's like the important bit, is even if it does read slow and he's wordy, as long as you're enjoying it, that makes it easier to get through. Fastest read for me with him was David Copperfield. I haven't read that. I think the only one I've read is Great Expectations. So that was also my fastest and slowest read. And my favorite and least favorite. I enjoyed Never Whistle at Night, Indigenous Anthology. Ooh, where is my... I have a paper here. At some point this year, I need to write down... Actually, look at the books y'all have recommended in my chat. Like, I have an entire piece of paper here with all sorts of books. Let me jot that down. Never Whistle at Night. I will definitely look that up, because I also love that it has rap. Yes. Yes, it is. Great Expectations was slow for me. I remember it being slow. I think I gave it in the 3-star range. Like, I didn't dislike it, but I definitely think it was a bit slow. I love Anne. I was surprised. I don't remember why I picked up Anne of Green Gables at this point, but I wasn't expecting to enjoy it. And she's just, how do you not fall in love with Anne while reading that? Like, she's just such a wonderful person to be in the head of, and like, just so genuinely likable that I had such fun being with her. And I've read at least one off the top of my head retelling that I really enjoyed too. Anne of West Philly. So I had a lot of fun with that. She was much more likable than the main character of The Secret Garden, although I read a retelling of The Secret Garden, which is The Secret Garden on 81st Street, and that one was really good. I loved A Tale of Two Cities. Confusing at first, but so good. There's another classic I haven't read. Sometimes Control-Alt-Delete is a good thing. Saves room in the brain for things you enjoy. I'm still not over the fact that, like, I can't remember what I did last week or the week before, but you could pop up a song that I haven't heard since, like, 1999, and I'll still remember all the lyrics. Do you know how much space we take up in our brain for, like, song lyrics? And it's not even, like, the worst part of it is, it's not even song lyrics. It's sometimes jingles. Like, if you were to put on the freecreditreport.com commercials right now, I would be able to sing along with them because I know the words to all of them. And while I can't necessarily spit them out on, like, if you're telling me now, go, just go, I wouldn't be able to do it. But if you played the jingle, I would remember the words. And I'm like, of all the things for my brain to decide that it was important for me to save in a folder somewhere in my brain, why is it songs I haven't heard since 1999 and random jingles from old commercials? And yet there are important things that I can't remember. Music uses our brain differently. It does. And I'm very, very musically inclined. I'm also somebody that, if you give me, like, a mnemonic device and I use it often enough when I'm learning something, that will stick in my head forever. Like, forever. I can quote certain whole movies, but I can't remember things I did yesterday. What movie was it? Oh. We watched The Santa Claus a couple of times over the holiday season. And I've watched that, I mean, every Christmas season since it came out. And there is a scene after he gets the nice and naughty list when he's walking down the street, and I started talking with him, and I'm like, you know, I think I've seen this movie before. Last memory we lose, make it good. Mm-hmm. Music is interesting. Funnily enough, with music, also some of the stuff I remember in French is the stuff that I could sing. So I can sing a whole song about the pretty flag of France in a completely different language because I was taught it as a song. Brains are weird. Brains are very, very weird. It's just one of those things that I can't even, it's so hard to wrap my mind around the fact that, like, it was like, I would love to remember this important thing that I did with my gram or, you know, my mom, or like passwords, even though I do actually do pretty decent on some of those. But, like, apparently I just need to make up songs for anything important that I need to remember. Alas, I'm also not good at making up songs, so oh well. Anywho, I'm going to pause the timer so we can get into our last sprint, and I will see you all in 30. How did we do? I got to page 125. This is really good. So far, at least. That puts me at 23%. I'm almost a quarter of the way through the book. I'm going to take, the final sprint off. And I'll pause this because we're not going to need that. Let's see. Mary read 40% of their book. Thanks for the sprints, chat, and good company. Well, thank you for joining us, Mary. I'm glad you made some progress in your book. 15 more pages at 94%. Maybe I'll finish it before bed. Seems like a good plan. Yes, thank you for sprints. Again, thank you for joining me for sprints. Nicole said nice and got to page 764 of 777. You're so close. So close. Do you think you're going to be able to finish it before you go to bed? Do you have enough left in your tank? I'm trying to figure out if I've hit my page count. I don't know. I started on page 76 of this. I don't know. I have math to do. Y'all know how much I love doing math. Where's fourth wing? Fourth wing, so 517 minus 126 will put me at 391. And then I read, what is it, 42 pages of Mistborn? 41 pages of Mistborn. Where is, I'm going to keep calling it Mistborn, even though the name of it is The Final Empire. So that one will go down to 628. Where is it? I have way too many big books on my TBR this month. 628. And if I divide this by 29, where are we compared to the first? I need to read 615 pages, and I started at 603. So I don't think I made up for the deficit yesterday. Through Fourth Wing or Mistborn. I'm 41 pages through Mistborn, and I'm 125 pages through Fourth Wing. I might get a little bit more of this in between now and midnight, because I'll probably finish the chapter. We'll finish after getting ready for bed. We'll finish tonight. Awesome. I finished my audiobook and found a copy of Mistborn for $9, but might have to read it in February if it doesn't get here soon enough. Well, you'll have my thoughts then. It'll just take 20 minutes. That's not bad. And Mary says good night all, and Textiles says night. That's okay, LOL. I read somewhere that it's referred to as both titles. Probably, especially considering, like, look at my copy. Like, it just says Mistborn. If I was looking at this, why would I ever call it The Final Empire when the cover says Mistborn? It does not say The Final Empire anywhere. And Omi says night, Mary. Yes. Okay. I have been live for 8 hours and 21 minutes. Cielo has come to say goodnight to everybody. And I'm ready to curl up, read, get completely ready for bed. I mean, I'm in my PJs, but, like, you know, get cozy and comfy. So thank you all for joining me for sprints, and hopefully I will be back tomorrow at some point, and I will see you all here for another day of reading. Pit, pit, pit. She smacks me in the face with her tail. We're going to say goodnight. Can you say goodnight? No? Say goodnight.